Welcome! Welcome everyone! Welcome to another Blender stream! Today we're gonna keep modeling Gaburoon. Well, we're gonna polish him because he's already done, basically done. We have to polish a few things still. And I have to figure out how to make him, for example, when we have it over here. We have it over here. Give me a little second here. There we go. There he is. So, we were able to export him here to through Unity to Wardo. The thing is, right, Blender constraints do not apply when you make it go through Unity, so it gets a little bit destroyed in the process. So I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna see if we can fix him. Yes. Other than that, we have to decide our next projects. We have two candidates. Yeah, we have two candidates to model next. Give me a second. There we go. There it is, Gaburoon. We're gonna do a little showcasing animation. I have something prepped here. Something like this, right? Something like that. And we will be looking from here with the camera. We have to do the lighting and fix some stuff, right? That would be cool to showcase in Reels or on the portfolio or something like that, right? It's so that you can see everything dangle here, basically. It is a quick twist and with better illumination, right? You can see the eye glow, for example. I have to trigger that. I have to separate that material and do the canon too, the lens in there. Well. Today, I am a little bit fried. I am a little bit tired, but I'm gonna survive, no problem. But I'm gonna show you here real quick our candidates. And I cannot do polls here on Twitch because I'm not an affiliate, an official affiliate. I'm an affiliate size channel, but I haven't signed the contract. So we have Pruska and Ozen. And I'm gonna start dropping images here so you can see what we're talking, right? Okay. So for Pruska, we're gonna model Pruska, Mania, who is that little mascot she has, the whistle and the cartridge as accessories, right? If you know, you know. And for Ozen, we are gonna model, well, first let me show you Ozen, right? That would be Ozen. We're gonna model her armor too as accessories. She has, let me show you, I have a picture. This will be Ozen with her full armor there. Let me move it so that you can see. It looks like that. Has a huge hat in there. And those gauntlets, I would say. And I don't know if that cape is her normal one. No, she has another cape on top of that. A cloak there, right? Okay. And I think I have another image of her. So, if you wanna vote, just type it in chat, basically. And I will count your vote towards one of them. Yeah. This is great. We can have this as the background for today. That would be nice. So people know. Okay. Other than that, well, no. I was gonna write versus, but not really. Not versus. One or the other. Other than that, I I need to, let me see, because in Warudo, I think you can get screens, so we can watch videos together. I need to learn how to do it, because I wanna show you, oh, here, screen. Enable, yes. Yeah, look at that, that's amazing. What the flip is that? You use cookies? Okay. Okay, it isn't like a new browser source or anything, so it is not signed in or anything. But how can I click there, right? How can I interact with that? And I cannot straight up click here on the screen. Reject. I cannot reject. Oh. I mean, well, we can straight up. This was a cool way to see it together, but we can straight up open Chrome. There we go. That would be cool, this thing. And this one. But the ones with the dances, right? That would be cool. That would be cool. And the first opening too has a few moments that would be cool to try to. It wouldn't be ultra hard with our own characters, with different poses, right? That could be Gaburoon. Cut. Okay. Future ideas. I don't know. It's gonna be difficult, but to have a few of those flashy scenes for the portfolio would be nice. That way, it's because when you do a 3D model, right, and you only have it like this, like living there, but well, here we gave it a little bit of life, right? And when you make it a VTuber, you gave it life too. But if it's only standing there like that, it is, you're so close, right? You're so close to having it, to it having a little bit of magic, to it being alive, right? That's a little bit of a shame to stop there, right? I don't know, I am not a great animator, as I said, but to sprinkle a little bit of magic in there, to have a little something to showcase at least, right? At least just with this project, like this little animation, with good lighting, for example, right? Good lighting, something like that for the portfolio, with a mission in the eye, and in the darkness or in a cave or something, right? Let me look for the HDRI of a cave. Can you download something like that sort of easily? Let me see. HDRI cave. Okay. These are very illuminated caves, the ones you got here. I'm in Polyhaven here. HDRI. This one could work. It is in an open space. In Made in Abyss, it seems like you're in an open space most of the time, but you're actually not. There are layers, right? Because it's huge, right? The Abyss. Seems like you are, but you are not. This one could do. perhaps. So let me download this. 8K is too much, right? 8K feels like a little bit illegal. Whoa, Banana, how you doing? How you doing? It's almost finished, I would say. Well, not really, but we have to polish a few things, right? And the attachment here, it is not completed. And the thing is, when we exported it to Unity, I have it here in Warudo, right? But the movement constraints are not kept. So I don't know what to do with that. Let me show you. Gaburoon. There he is. And the thing is, right, that's the problem. You see that twist on the claw? That's illegal. And I have locked it in Blender, but I don't know how to add movement restrictions in Unity. And I need to do something better with the claws, to be fair. I added like bone chains, and it is, well, it is. I could add colliders with the body and get better hitboxes there inside Warudo. But it is scuffed. I admit it is scuffed, but I don't know of a better way to do it. I know some people use Magical Claws for claws. But I don't know if there are better ways or something. And it was not ultra simple to set up. I have seen tutorials of Magical Claws and, well, maybe it's not the hardest thing in the world, but it was not simple, right? So, I don't know. And other than that, we have here the voting. For the next project, right? For the next model. Pruska or Ocean? There we go. I'm gonna model them both. The only thing is which one you want model first. Oh, what happened there? What happened there? Where do they live? Here they are, empties, right? In the clamp collection, I guess. Ah, there they are, sorry. If I press caps lock, it disappears. Ah no, I am moving slightly the camera, and because they are locked into this view, you cannot see them anymore. If I had to choose, I would choose Pruska. Why? I don't know, because green. Because it has more colors in there, right? It's more colorful. To have something more colorful on screen. But I'm gonna model her both, right? Pruska is gonna have miniature and the cartridge and the whistle. And Ocean is gonna have the armor. The whole armor set too. Yeah, Ocean is like black and white. Yeah, it is a little bit dull, right? A little bit dull. And we're already... I am black, Chibi is gray, the cube is white, Blender is gray. It's gray on top of gray on top of gray. Gaburoon is not the most colorful guy either, right? Beachy Peachy is one of the only ultra colorful characters we have, Peach, right? And she's so cool to look at because she's glowing there, right? She's great. And Tomoyo kinda too, right? Tomoyo Tomoyo is very fun because of the way I did the blend shapes, right? She looks like the typical character that would be holding like a cigar in in an old cartoon and say, "Oh, you know, little kid, when I was young." Nah. Right now she's happy. She's kind of happy, but she turned out a little bit more serious than she should. And on contrast, Peach is so happy, right? Peach is so happy there. And I don't know. I like the contrast. Tomoyo is huge there, or Peach is too little. I don't know what to say. But yeah, I would probably choose Prushka. But well, I told you could decide, so it's gonna be kind of a little vote, a little poll in there in chat. So I guess Banana is leaning more Prushka too. Good to know. That way I could start with her next Blender's day. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow or on Monday, but next day I will look for more references. Probably start with the character of your choice. I don't wanna skew the voting. Prushka. Vote Prushka for the win. Osan is gonna get modeled too, but she's gonna be next. Oh. Windows is prompting an update there. Well. Other than that, I don't know if you know how to do it, but I really don't. So I'm gonna try to look for a tutorial or something. I did like a little animation there to showcase Gaburoon, right? I need to light it better or something. But it's gonna be something. It was basically a quick turn so that you could see in a render all the things dangling, basically all the accessories dangling and everything like that. I need to add emission to the eyes and everything. They don't translate well to Unity. Unity doesn't have an emission thing in there. I could check Poyomi shader, right? That's probably the answer to my prayers, basically. The answer to all my problems. That could actually be the case. But I have it downloaded. I was not able to put it into Unity. It's probably gonna be fun. If you just drop it in the project and it probably works or should work. But I haven't tried. Need to fix some issues with the roughness because some parts of the armor are ultra shiny and others are not. And I probably need to extrude another face for the cape, right? To hide all that mess, right? Because it's currently one face and you can see the other side. And in Unity it is transparent. It is like it has backface culling, right? So if you are looking from the front, you don't see anything. You see the outline and that's it. He moves decently in Blender is where he works best, I would say. With the controllers and everything. He kinda works. He has some issues. Some normals are scuffed, I would say, but here you can see these bends, it works properly, right? It moves as it should, following those constraints. But sadly, they don't translate to Unity. But here it's kinda nice. Well, you see there are issues there with the cape, right? I could correct those. And I need to fix these two. I need to probably join the meshes and merge the verts. I need to try, to check if that destroys my UV unwrappings, right? I'm not 100% sure of that. But well, other than that, or doing fine over here. I'm gonna trigger the little fried egg because today I'm kind of fried, man. I'm a little bit fried. Luckily the coffee is kicking in right now, so I'm probably gonna be able to offset it a little bit, and that's how the hand should move, right? Has the ability to twist, and the fingers have the ability to close, but only following a certain angle. But Unity is not an enjoyer of Blender constraints. And is there a way to apply the constraints? I don't think so. Can they be baked? Limit rotation. Apply constraint and remove from the stack. It can be applied, but will this will I be able to export that properly to Unity? Would be amazing. But I think you have to do that in Unity. That makes sense, right? That would make sense. But let me open Unity and we're gonna check it out. Because you get that whole humanoid armature, right? Well, let's explore the options to see if there are constraints that you can apply, right? That would be nice. Okay, Unity is loading. How are you doing? Other than that, you're doing fine. Today is Saturday, right? So it is a weekend. I hope you have a free weekend over there and you're able to chill and enjoy for a bit. And if you have work to do, I hope they are not too bad. They are kind of chill. And thank you for being there, for being here, basically. Yeah, thank you. Trying to pay my streaming debt. This week has been a little bit hectic, so had to switch it a bit. And probably next one is gonna be too. That's why I wanted to push for the weekend. Okay, Unity has opened. Let's see. Let's switch to Unity. Boop. Boop. Okay. So here we have our Gaburoon. This is already the full project finished. I don't know if I should drop the model here. Well, we're only exploring, right? Let's not delete anything yet. This is the VRM. Okay, this is the VRM. Can you apply constraints here? You probably should have done that previously, right? Would make sense. There are scripts here. Look at for the head. Look at bone applier. Is that to look at the camera or something? First person script, blend shape proxy, animator. Okay, the animator is probably where you should apply those constraints, right? Before creating the VRM file. Maybe you have to select the bones or something, possibly, right? Let me create a new mod folder, right? New mod. Gaburoon test. Okay. Great. And let's drop the model here. Blendy blend. Blender Gaburoon FBX. The latest Gaburoon file. Okay, this one would be in the hierarchy. Now, let's see, let's explore. This is the fresh FBX without textures, straight up from Blender. Okay, so we selected the classic would be selecting this, read and write. Okay, optimize mesh. Let's check these options. Read and write and legacy blend shape thingies, right? Normals, that would be. Okay, tangent sub rig. Generic, no. Humanoid. And here is where I think you need to do that. Apply. I'm not gonna even do materials or anything. And here when you configure the guy, right, then you have all the bones. And here is probably, or after applying this, right, probably one in the muscles and settings or something like that, where you tweak that, right, if possible. The root bone, maybe this one should be hips. Well, it's not maybe, it should be hips. Hips, spine, chest, and other than that, like Unity understands pretty well what's going on. Okay, only one eye, good, and the hands. He has one of them and not the other. Okay, can I add constraints here? Asset labels, no. Scale, rotation, transform, configuration here, select preset, no, that's not it. Mapping of pose, reset, sample bind pose, enforce the pose, mapping, clear automap, load and save. That's not it. Okay, so apply. Okay. Let me see here on the hand, for example, hand R. This one should have a constraint. Properties. Cut, copy, rename, duplicate, delete, set children, set as default parent, create empty parent, 3D object. Okay, you can add cube, sphere, capsule, cylinder, plane, quad. Text Mesh Pro and Ragdoll. Okay, no constraints there, right? No. Effects, line, light, particle system, trail or line, light. Quest, how are you doing? Welcome back. Happy Saturday, happy Saturday. Enjoy your weekend, man. Have a good one. Big chilling. Or what are we gonna be doing over there? Are you gonna chill? How are you feeling, by the way? How is your thumb doing? How are you feeling in general? Hope you're fine, man. I'm polishing the model, the Gaburoon model, because I was able to export him here into Warudo, but Blender constraints do not apply here. So you can see the bends there are illegal, right? He's twisting like crazy, and I'm trying to find a way to make those constraints apply to the model. I'm investigating here. Sam is a bit sore still, just making some salad. W, I'm prepping for stream. Looking for a new gamepad. Have you been paid already? Have you been paid? You're making salad. Did you manage? Did you have a bad time with that? I hope not. You're looking for a gamepad. What are you looking at? What are you considering there? Do you have... are you considering like controllers, right? To play on your PC? I have the basic Xbox One with the cable. That way it always has battery. But people that check those controllers, you know, I was looking for, it was an LTT video in where they were analyzing controllers, and the Xbox controller was not even considered. It's supposedly third-party controllers are so much better than that, but I didn't know that was the case, to be fair. For me, it works. But yeah, controller. And you need more buttons. Whoa! What are gonna be to pilot the mechs? You need tons of buttons for those missiles, man. Yeah. Google Armor Core Grip. Really? There is a special way to do it. In Monster Hunter there used to be a special grip too for the PSP. It was called the claw grip. It was terrible actually. Because you move the camera with the D-pad of the PSP and you move the character with the joystick. So you had to put your your finger in there to move the camera, or switch really quickly, or press the L button to automatically put it behind you. It was messy. That's what you need to do at the moment so you can use all the buttons. Oh, a claw grip, right? Something like that. Let me Google yours. Let's see. Armored Core Grip. What? You have to do it. You have to pilot the mech. You have to grab the controller the other way around, looking to the outside, not facing you, right? What? So now you wanna get a controller with paddles, with buttons on the back, you mean? Or paddles, or like like trigger thingies, so the buttons look more like triggers, like the one of a pew pew or something like that. I don't know. What could be cool? Wow. So you when you're playing that, you're indeed piloting the mech. For the HDRI, should I download it in 8K? 8K seems like a lot, right? It is an EXR file, but I don't know, maybe do we need that much in there? 8K? The one I had for Peach, it might have been 8K, I don't know. Download, feels like a lot. What about 4K? Okay, 4K is so much. I'm gonna do 4K. 4K is good enough, right? I guess. I'm gonna plug it to I don't know, to Blender here for Gaburoon. Do you remember the setup for the nodes to apply an EXR? Was in shading for the world, probably, right? Shading for the world, and you add a texture, sky texture, surface background, no. Image texture, right, for the surface. Shader. Let me see. Was it not image texture? I'm gonna look it up real quick. Blender HDRI setup. Okay. Okay. Scene world. I don't have a background now here. I need to be here, right? Or here. No, that one is bad for stream. This one. Okay. World. Okay. There it is. There it is. Okay, okay. Now it was image texture, the vector map, right? Environment texture. The voice in this video reminded me of Shelbytel's new voice. Environment texture. Boom. Okay. Okay. Are you gonna be doxy or what? No. Okay, okay. Downloads. Yeah, you will do. Okay. Cool. Okay, mapping and texture. Mapping. And texture coordinate, right? Texture coordinate. That's it. I thought it was vector, but I guess this will do. Okay, mapping, texture coordinate. Okay, generated to vector, vector to vector. Okay, to be able to rotate it. I didn't know. But the thing is, I am not seeing any change there. It's probably because I need to change. Instead, the world needs to be changed, right? Or what? Same world. No, it's because I never connected these two. I'm a dummy. Okay. But this haven't changed. This has not changed, right? Pre-multiplied linear single image. Okay. So it should be like that. If I switch to layout. And here, what do I have to do to show the world? I need to be here, right? Let's see, in the beginning. You need to go to the full render one. Let's try changing to Eevee, because it's better for stream. Okay, it works, but there it is. You have to move the camera a little. Does not work when you lock it. We can move it a little to make it work for us, but this could be cool. And the color management, not really, and we probably should, right? I was checking the tutorial if he tweaked something over there, but he didn't. So let me see. Shading should be another color space, right? sRGB, high contrast usually looks better. Okay. High contrast. Where do you change? In the render settings. Oh, my bad. Render. Let me see. Do I get color management, sRGB, AGX? Do you mean modifying the contrast manually? sRGB. It's the look. Oh, look, sorry. High contrast. Big W. Thank you, Banana. Cool. Okay, we got our light there. Probably need to make it smaller. Where he be at? There. Ooh. I was testing things, right? And I probably need to add a material that's just for this. Gonna save normally and save an incremental to start breaking things. And for the eye and the pupil, I'm gonna create a little emission material there. Probably gonna join the color. So they will have different setups. The one that works in Blender, right? And the one that's for Unity, basically. Why is the eye? Ah, because it is in the texture, right? Texture armor has all the magic in there, and this material should not be here to begin with. Okay. The eye high poly has the color in there. So eye low poly, no, in the high poly collection here. Eye high poly. There we go. This is it. Okay, gonna join this color. Well, no, I'm an idiot. I can straight up grab it from here. So I love poly. I will delete the visor material, but I will add another slot with the material, the old one. Okay, it has emission by itself. No, it does not, but it should have a little. Well, how little is a little? And color though, color, how can we check? How emissive? Well, we're in render, but we are not in cycles though, so I don't know if emission, does emission work in Eevee? I'm not 100% sure of that. Or do you need to... Cycles does not work for stream. It will it will cut a lot. It looks great, but it will cut a lot. Emission, strength of the emission color, should it be the same green as this, or just white? Try enabling bloom. I have read about it. It is cool. I should add bloom too in Warudo to my lights here. Look at this. The hype lights, when you type hype. Those. If you can add bloom inside Warudo too, and it will look better in the camera. Thank you for reminding me, Banana. Thank you. Yeah, let's try that. Bloom was here in render. Not there. Let's see. What's here? Let's see. Let's open everything. Bloom, 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 bloom. Where are you hiding? Simplify, no. Depth of field, or maybe it's not here. Maybe it's not here. In the camera, do you have to look at the camera? Or output, maybe. Nope. View layer, world, volume is pass, settings, render. They moved it into the compositor. Unbelievable. It was here, right? I have seen it in a tutorial. In the compositor. So the shading thingy, it is only a node now, or what? Compositor. Compositing. Here, compositing. Are you doxy, Mr. Compositing? No, you're a good boy. Okay. Compositing. It's empty. Let me check. Bloom inhibi. Yeah. Okay. So we have to be in the layout. Here, compositor always. And let me see the rest of the options. Combine, theme, okay. Okay. This seems advanced. Compositing reminds me of what Silvertone was doing, right? Compositing. My window looks different. Oh no. Because he's already... No, he's in layout still. And he's adding nodes. So shall I go to shading here? He's using nodes. I don't know what he has selected there. Scene, compositing node 3. So he's not in world. He's only in scene. Can I go to scene? Camera, scene. No, it's not there. And I was trying to trigger that, but instead of world, no, I cannot select scene. Compositing node 3. Just open the compositor. This is what I get. It's different from his window, but I guess it does not matter, right? Use nodes. Oh, big W. Sorry. We're learning. Render layers, composite. Add glare. Glare. And you put it here. And you set it to bloom. Instead of streaks, you put bloom. would be cool, yeah, to have a little window here, right? As he has to be able to check what's going on in the world, basically. Okay. Well, we're Blender Pros now, or what? What is going on here, Koke? Okay. Wave blooming. Wave blooming. What? Okay, so now we need to play with this material, right? I need to assign the new material first, right? Yeah, other than that, it's impossible, Cookie. What were you expecting there? Assign. Yeah, now we have a bulb there. Now he glows. Now he glows. That was the problem, that I never assigned it. Now the guy is a lighthouse. Look at that. He has all the power. He's nuclear. Wow. Okay. It has to be a little bit subtle. Yeah, it is very Big Daddy like. It is. I really, yeah, it reminded me of that too. Well, he's also taking care of the princess, right? So it is that kind of figure. But I thought, well, it's kind of like basically a dad figure, a protector for a kid or a little creature, or a guardian for the princess, right? So it's kind of a trope too. So, but yeah, it's very Big Daddy like, right? A little bit reminds of that. It is, Big Daddy is more inspired in like the divers, the diver gear from old diver gear, right? We call them escafandras in Spanish, right? The old, I don't know how do you call them. They look like an old diving suit, right? This one has more mining themes, right? They are pretty common in Made in Abyss. The delvers have like mining gear, so that's why they have the cart. I don't know what this is, if it's a bolt or the part of a pickaxe, or who knows. Well, mechanical parts, of course. I don't know, but yeah. yeah, Big Daddy like. Okay, and for the eye, same thing, right? Same thing. Let's see. Eye, the pupil, sorry. Pupil, there you go. Pupil, you have to use the pupil material. Is it this one? Possibly, right? Yeah, it's not named, so I would think is this one. It does not have a mission, and it has to be assigned. So all assign, and we're gonna crank this up with the same color. Okay, something like that. Okay. Gets a little bit lost. Okay. Can we move the... and you can adjust the bloom, right? medium, high, or low. Can barely tell the difference there. Adjust strength and saturation. Ah, no, you can really tell. Saturation, okay. There is a tinto size. Okay. Yeah, we want it to glow. Indeed. Let's see. Can we make the scene darker? Let's see. Probably. The guy also has a light in there. Let's move the camera. Let's see. Where are you, Mr. Camera? There you are. Let's get inside you. Oh, how was the trick to be able to pilot the camera? That was ultra useful. It was shift tilde, I think. Yeah, this is amazing. This is a pretty cool way to set the camera. And you have navigation controls, like if you were a plane, right? You can move around, you can move up and down, like this. Ultra cool way to move the camera. Yeah, I think everybody should know this Blender trick. Suffer no more setting your camera. I am thinking. Well, I will do both renders, right? The vertical one and this one. I'm not used to the vertical one, but phones, it is what it is. Most people watch on phones, and then they don't rotate the camera. So we shall adapt to the new reality, basically. Okay, so you are probably, you need to move a little. Shift tilde. Camera. Mr. Camera. Shift tilde. Can I rotate it? Rim light would look pretty cool. How do you... Let's see. Light. Or is it a light probe? Rim light. What are you thinking about, right, Banana? What are you thinking on implementing there? What's a rim light? Just a strong area light behind the character. Okay. Let's try that. Where is the light? The new one? You. Okay. Let's see. From up there or from down here? Let's see. The color, well, I usually like warm lights. Let's see. area there. But I am not an expert at all in lighting, so I would gladly accept or take advice, right? Let me see, area. Okay, there we go. We're starting to see things there. So the light indeed exists. Okay. I guess moonlight would be bluish. Yeah. Yeah, we should adapt to the scene, right? Yeah, I was thinking of mining lights in the beginning, but I didn't have the HDRI there. And yeah, night light is bluish. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Shall we move this higher so that we get more highlights in the card? Or oh yeah, no more in the base. No, but there are weird things that happen in there, because even though it looks like there is a sky, even though they are in layers, it happens sometimes because, well, it probably was set up like as a level system, like in a video game, right? And the author said, I wanna have a sky. What the flip? And there are sources of light in the layers. So yeah, there is no moon per se, but if, for example, if you remember the FAPTA town and everything over there, there is sun. There are sun rays all over the place. So where is that light coming from? From the top to that far down? I mean, do you remember to cross, for example, from where Bondru was? You have to go through an elevator, through water. I don't know. And that place was dark. So I don't know, there you probably don't really need to think about logic there. There is light because light looks cool and it is what it is. Don't think too much about it. The force field magic, yes. It is the light from the abyss, yes. You get a curse there if you ascend, but you get cool lighting in exchange. That's the abyss blessing. Well, no. The blessing from the abyss is another thing. Ah, the Canon lens. This one needs to glow too. And because we don't need to export this to Unity, we can look for some decent material here. Is that it? Yeah, the Fresnel and everything. Can I make you emissive, good friend? It is glossy, but can you not emit? Possibly not. I don't know, this was straight up from a tutorial, I think, but rotation and isotropy, I think maybe I have to get rid of it or something. Let me compare it with the ILP. Where is it? High poly, I guess. Surface emission. Okay. Emission is its own department there. So. Canon lens low poly. Displacement thickness. it does not have an emission node. Maybe you can plug it straight up in the shader. Can we do that? Shading for Canon lens, low poly. This is not it for object. All right. Fresnel mix shader. Can we do a principled BSDF or something? That's your typical, right? Material principled BSDF shader. It's a shader node. Refraction BSDF, glossy BSDF. Can you add the emissive node? Possibly, right? Like just emission and plug it somewhere. Shader emission. Because we don't need all of that, right? This is like a more chunky node. Emission node, displacement. Can you plug emission into, or maybe mix it here, mix shader and mix these two? Yeah, possibly, right? We're getting big brains here. Thank you, Banana. Mix shader. Mix shader. Oh, have you realized when I was combining all the textures here, I was not able to look this multiply node, and it cannot be the multiply from the mathematical equation. I mean, it works kinda, but not really. It does not combine your, it has to be multiply RGB, not math multiply. Like, you can do math and choose multiply there, but it does not work really. It does not really work. You have to get RGB, I think it is. No, not this one. Multiply RGB, maybe. Let's see, how is this called? Or mix shader? No. RGB. Which one it is? I don't know. It was a node to combine, but this is not the mathematical multiplication, basically. I don't know what's the difference. Maybe it treats the vectors differently or something. It takes into account how they work. I don't know, but I would like to find it to show. It is this node, but I don't know. I would like to see how it's called, really. I don't know why it's not appearing when I do multiply here. Only multiple images, so. Converter math. This was the original, right? Math, and I changed this to multiply. This was our original setup, but that one didn't work. Has to be this green one. Maybe it's math, vector math. No, has to be that green one. Mix, maybe. Mix color. This is it, I think. Mix color. You plug A and B, and instead of mix, can you select multiply? Yeah, multiply. This is it, man. Mix color. color mix color. Why? I don't know. It treats the textures differently and multiply here, and you plug the textures there. Okay, back to the laser thingy. Canon, where he be at? Well, look there. You. Okay. Canon lens, low poly, mix shader. Let's try to mix the mix with the emission, basically. Before plugging it in. Boom. And boom. There we go. Will you work now? Well, first of all, I would need to apply it because it is not applied. So, edit mode, select everything, it's selected already, and apply this new material. There we go. Looks kind of emissive, looks out of place too. Yeah, I would say it's working. And for this emission, well, you can use it here, but you should have the node here in the material, right? Canon lens, low poly, lens. Okay. Okay. There. No. MMD. No. MMD. No. Let me check here just in case it was doxy to know if I have to. No, because there is a ton of text in there. Maybe a path was shown, but that does not seem to be the case, luckily. For lens then, yeah, it is for lens, slot 2, shader, mix shader and emission, and here you can select it. Okay, okay. Big good. Okay. You can select there. Wow. Let's go. Why are you so out of place? There we go. Okay, you're about to get. Oh, you can keyframe it. Ooh. Oh yeah. Amazing. You know we're gonna keyframe this, right? Okay, okay. I can keyframe the strength and the color too. So let's go there at the end. Keyframe that there. Boom, boom. And now in the beginning we can do strength 0. Okay. Keyframe that. I was gonna do black, but maybe not. What if I do black? Well, with a strength of 0, right? Do you have that orange thing? Probably looks better like in cycles or something. It's difficult to tell what's going on there. And you should hold this and shift D, right? Shift D. Like over there, right? No, but not that one. That one though. Here, haven't I keyframe the 0 there? No problem, because I will do just that. Emission, keyframed, and the strength 0. Keyframe that. Okay. Are you? I need you not to be yellow. Good sir. Yeah, that's the idea. But gonna move you there. That's more like it. Yeah. You are gonna get cooked. Has to be probably even more emissive there. If you are gonna get cooked for real. It should be pointing at you. You are getting intercepted. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're getting cooked here. Charlie Lin in a complete white, fade to white. Like maybe it's not illegal. Maybe it's not illegal. Maybe you can hold this for a bit and transition to full white or something to end the clip. Can you make it so white? Wow. Get deleted, my friend. And another one for white. The sun. Can you do a fade to white? It's probably better to do it in the editor, right? Just straight up do fade to white or something. Right. It's probably too much. Yeah. Transition. Oh! How was it? You finally made it! You're awake, man! Welcome to Skyrim! The credits roll. Dun, dun, dun. Well, good luck! Try again. Would be cool if I was able to get rid of, because there are glitchy normals here, to be fair. Tons of glitchy normals in there. You can substitute it for the high poly version with its own Blender normals, right? But there is a clip in there on the tail with a cape. That's because there are only a few chains of bones controlling the cape. There is a chain of bones here too, right? They don't have collisions enabled. It is not a cloth per se, right? Just have to bake the cone part separately. The cone part. This one. Yeah, it has its own thing. Maybe not. No, you're right. It was always attached to the cannon. So maybe we will separate this part and do a new bake there to try to fix those issues. Or probably no, I have fixed some color issues, right? But this is not trivial to fix because a normal texture looks weird. I don't really understand what's going on there. So let's see. For the Canon, I think it's this one, clamp diffuse. Is this clean? Okay, this one, the one with the color is clean or cleanish. Kinda, right? Kinda decent. I have come here and fixed a few issues. But the normals though, the normals, I think it was this one, face clamp and Canon. These are the glitches. It is an issue with the cage, most likely, possibly. I don't know, maybe not. This is, I don't know. Or maybe it's because they are contacting. This is not pretty either, probably. Probably there are issues here too. I know in one of these cylindrical parts from the clamp there are a few issues too. Maybe I need to bake again. Maybe it's on another map. Let's see the occlusion. Clamp, right? Clamp occlusion. No, this looks legal. Ah, look. This is what's messed up. The occlusion map here. This is what's messed up. In the clamp. Only the occlusion map. That would be great, because I don't think it's that hard to fix. Clamp, the normals. Well, this one could be better, let's be honest. This one is nice. This one, you can see it's more spiky. It's because it seems like I baked twice in there or something. I don't know. It's glitchy. But the occlusion though, the occlusion is the issue. For the clamp. For the Canon, I don't know. Let's see the Canon. What is the issue here? Ah, the issue is mostly, let's see. Well, no, this is illegal, ultra illegal. And the fingers, let's say, those parts of the clamp are also messed up. Okay, so we have to bake again. Let's see. Blender Bakery. We open the bakery. Okay. Oh, sorry. You're getting the fingers in the texture. It was blocked by... Hello, sorry. Yeah, Automotive. It was highlighting fingers in. So, well, I mean, but I don't know. You were going a little bit too careful there. You're getting, and the other, for example, it is holding that that term in there, and the other day allowed it allow a word to slide like it was nothing, and it was the mail thingy, let's say. And it let it go, like, whoa, full on screen there for an hour, and I had to censor it for YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting the fingers in the texture, these ones. Let me see. What, this one is flying. one is separate. That was probably a mistake. And yeah, it's like it's because the cage is huge or something. The cage must be so big, right? It's extruding around the fingers and it's clipping there and getting some glitch or something. Shall I separate the fingers when baking? So I should do the cone separately, right? And these ones probably you should separate them. Okay, great, man. Okay, let's see. Canon low poly. So let me get that. Let's try separating this. L, does it get the whole finger? Yeah. L, L, and L. At least just to bake, right? Let's go to the 0. Rest pose, just in case. Armature. I'm not getting object mode, armature, rest pose. Okay. Edit the Canon, edit those fingers, P to separate. Let me check the top finger. Is it really that scuffed? No, it looks like the others. Maybe when I key the position, I moved it by mistake. P, selection. Okay, these are fingers. Let me call them. Oh, well, these are the pictures from Pruska and Olsen. Where are they? These ones, fingers. Okay, and the cone should be its own thing probably, so that does not clip. I mean, it can be unwrapped with the whole Canon too, probably, but because this is the problematic part, I'm gonna do it separately, because I know there was like a slight issue with the Canon that I had to correct in the diffusion map, so in the color. And I'm gonna rebake here. I need to separate this in the high poly model too. Okay. So you are the cone. Canon cone. Okay. Prepare for bake the Canon cone and the fingers. The Canon lens was never baked. I should bake it for a while though. Okay. Canon cone and Canon high poly. Let me show it. Canon high poly. Ready for render. Let me see. Object, Canon high poly. Okay. Ultra high poly. Ultra high poly. I would say it's I would say the low poly is now more high poly than this. So, well, let's separate the cone. Selection. Okay, high poly cone. And fingers. Is Is it the only thing selected? Canon high poly. There we go. High poly. Okay. L. There we go. P selection. Okay. Fingers. Okay. So let's bake one at a time. First the cone, for example. Let's see. Disable this just in case they leave mark or something. Or I can hide them. And the Canon cone. This has to be deactive. From the low poly to the high poly object mode. Control click. Control click. Canon cone. There you go. Okay. And we're gonna bake the normals first. So this texture clicked. And we're gonna be rendering with cycles. Sorry for you have to render in cycles, but you should disable it for the viewport. yeah, sorry about that. My bad. I thought it was only gonna affect the bakery here, but it affected my whole project. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is the scene, that controls. It is not only the bakery, it's the scene per se. And if you are in render mode, you are gonna find out. Okay, so I'm gonna bake the normals. In the normal texture, with a cage with this extrusion could be legal. Okay, we're gonna look here if this gets fixed. Okay, we're gonna try to bake that. Let's see what happens. There is circular dependence. Yay, it got fixed. Okay. W. It does not look wonderful, to be fair. Like, for a normal thingy, we should have something like this, right? Perhaps, maybe, to indicate some kind of normal information. But we got a flat thingy. I mean, it's legal enough, right? But maybe, well, the high poly, to be fair, is probably the low poly has more info than the high poly. That, just for starters. But maybe I can go into the high poly one and crank this, maybe the subdivision one notch or something. Okay, the bevel should be fine, but the other has a bevel too, applied even, so I can try like this, see if something happens. If not, we will leave it like that, because now it does not have a glitch, and that's what we were looking for, basically. Canon cone, and bake that. Do we get something in there? Oh, we got more info from that subdivision. Is it perfect? No. Is it better? Yes. We get a little bit more in there. Fair enough. There is a hole in here that the lens is in the middle in there, right? The lens is plugged in there, so you don't get to see that really. So fair enough. I consider this okay. So for the fingies, it was blue because it was the same poly count. Oops. Oops. You got me there. You got me there. I was baking bad. Well, not baking much, to be fair. I mean, you clean the glitch, but you don't get new info there. It's not like we are gaining a lot, but well, if we can do it, why not? And let's see the diffusion, legal enough, I guess. We can try baking the occlusion, but this should be fine. We should focus on the fingers. Let's see, the fingers really looked bad. Fingers high poly. Let me crank the subdivisions one notch. With only the render one, we should be good. High poly and fingers. There. Those are the ones. Let's see the fingers. No, this is part of the eyes. Where are the fingers? Are they these? These look pretty good, if those are the fingers. Let me look them up. Fingers. You. Edit mode. Select all. Oh, these things are the fingers. Okay. So we should be looking at this. Okay, got it. So where are you? Fingers high poly. In Spanish we said, if you had teeth, you would have eaten me already. Let me see. Where are you? Fingers. Maybe I call them Canon fingers here or something. Canon fingers. There they are. Canon fingers. We have to be careful with that. It's resting, but just in case. Canon fingers, object mode, and the other fingers. Boom. Okay, we're baking normals. Okay, bake. Object fingers is not enabled for rendering, and you are right, my friend. You are right. And I should disable the enable this and disable the cone, because they are probably clipping and it will show. Okay, so you disable that and bake. Okay. It's barely noticeable, okay? Barely noticeable, but there is something, some little something going on there. And you know what? Between this little info and a glitch, I prefer that. Any day of the week. Okay, we will disable the fingers and the cone. We can merge them back together, right? Fingers in object mode, fingers and cone. We can Control J. Well, let me check the occlusion before. Diffusion, occlusion. Let's bake the occlusion. Now that we can, right? It's a bit scuffed, right? Has a little glitch there. It's maybe not the end of the world, but it is a glitch. Canon fingers, some fingers there. There we go. And bake. Pop. Fingers is not enabled for render. And now? Okay. Fair enough. We lost a little. It's probably because if you have the cone enabled, maybe it will help the occlusion be more defined. But fair enough, we're gonna have lighting anyway. It's preferable to a glitch. Let it be like that. And now for the clamp. The clamp has also an issue. And this is the issue. Let me show you. This weird glitch. And it's a glitch in the occlusion map, actually. Those weird glitches there. And it's not because the high poly is showing, or it should not be the case, or it should show a glitch anyway. Okay, there it is. There it is more apparent, right? It looks like something out of Metroid Prime. Reminds me something like that. But it is a glitch with the occlusion map. Look at this. You can see it here, right? It's kinda cool, but I would prefer a clean one, if you don't mind. So, it is actually what? These two faces. This one and this one. How about the other, the blue one? It's also suffering. So we probably should separate it too. Both of them. Okay, so let's do that. I'm gonna join the fingers and the cone because I think it makes sense. Let me see how they look now. Why is this still a bit scuffed? Is the diffusion messed up? It should not be. This one looks kind of clean, right? Should not be that flipped up. And this one is fine too. And the normals are great. Have a little something there, but should not be that bad, right? How does the ambient occlusion? Let me see. Like that. Shall we fix it? It didn't look terrible, but maybe that is indeed the problem. Could be the case, right? Yeah, it could be the case. Yeah, let's fix it. Why not? We have them separated already. Let's hide the thingies. Let's reveal the Canon lens. And here for the... No, this is the high poly. Okay. Hide this one for the armature. We don't need this whole list in display. This one. Okay. Okay. Canon cone. Show it for render. Hide the fingers. And here the visor is whatever. And Canon fingers, they are called here. Canon high poly fingers. Okay. You. No, the cone, man, the cone. There. You and you. Canon cone. Bake occlusion. Bake ambient occlusion. Bake. Okay. Okay. I did not crank you up a notch, right? No, yeah, I did. They are not that different. We got rid of the glitch though. I mean, it works. We can crank the one more, maybe. Maybe we'll get more info in there. but yeah, thank you. Canon lens low, no, Canon cone. Let's try another, see if it gets better, but probably it didn't even change. Well, I'm gonna save everything. Yes. Save all. Okay. Big good. Let's join everything here. The low polys. Canon cone. Well, shall we join them or not? Don't that get join on export? Probably. I select them all and export. It's probably more comfortable to join them because you get less objects in there, and in case you ever need to rebake, you can always separate it again. Control join. For example, we can keep the high poly separated maybe because we're not using that one for a render. Control join. That would be the Canon basically. Canon low poly. What happened here? Is that the high poly or something? Canon lens, Canon cone. Canon low poly. Canon less low poly and fingers. I went back because I was merging the high poly probably. Let's see. Hide that. Canon low poly. The cone. Yeah, and the fingers. Can you merge 3 at the same time? I'm gonna make the Canon low poly deactive so that they take their name. Control join. Yes, you can. Okay, Canon low poly. Cool. And if I join the Canon, I want to make, this loop, it separates when he bends the arm, right? If I were to join the meshes, my UVs are intact, but if I merge the loops, will my UVs remain the same if I don't unwrap again? Possibly, or not. Because I will be merging 2 loops. I will show you in case you don't understand what I mean. When I pose him, right, I make him bend, for example, and this does not follow properly because it is separated, right? That loop is not attached. So with wave paint, I was not able to make it follow properly. And I don't know how to use hook modifiers. So if I were to join both meshes, they become the same object, and you can select the loop in the Canon and the loop in the arm and merge them basically. But you will be editing your UVs in a way. Well, maybe not the UVs, but you're changing that a little, right? I will save and try it and see what happens. Let's go back to frame 1, rest the pose to make this. I don't think it will affect the UVs. Okay, yeah, I thought like maybe as long as you don't UV unwrap again, it should stay in place, right? And it will be like having a seam in there, right? I can paint the seam too. So control join. I should be canon. The only thing is I had them organized here. Canon and body, they were in different textures. I don't know, maybe I can keep a copy or something. How will... because I was following your structure, right? And the canon is in another texture. As long as you don't have the correct face attributes, enable correct face attributes. Where is that option? Attributes here. It's in the options under the render modes here. Probably in render mode, right? I need to switch to Eevee real quick. Options, no. Here. Shows up only in edit. Okay, my bad. Edit. Options. Correct face attributes. Correct data such as UVs and color attributes were transforming. Okay. We don't want that. We want the magic of keeping the UVs. Okay. So, canon and body. Canon and body. Control join. Now your body. Okay. Now, if I went here, they were once the same object, so they should be, as you can see, I selected one loop, but there is an unselected bird there, because they are two on top of each other, basically. So, one. Can select by proximity possibly, right? Oops. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I have to be careful with the modifiers. I was not paying attention when I merged them. And I should have. Like, let me go back. Okay. Let's check those modifiers. And now they are part of the same thing. Yeah. Won't that affect this mega node? They are, you know, they have this node and one has one texture applied to it and the other has another, right? Will that affect? Let's look it up. Yeah, I mean, let's find out. We just join them. Does the color of the canon change? Control join. No, it does not. Wow. Because you apply the materials. When you join, you apply the materials. Oh no, it's because the canon has the materials applied to those birds. And the node is in the materials. Okay. Thank you for the clarification there. You're right. Let me check the modifiers then to see that we are not losing anything. The canon has only the armature and the checker, and the body the same. Okay, because this is the file when I applied everything to export. So big W, then we don't care. So control join those meshes, and they should stay the same. This is a glitch I can correct. It's pretty easy. The diffusion texture. Okay, no problem. I can paint that manually. And here, let's see, where do they meet? Should be here. This should be the old, and they should be on top of each other, but yeah, they are actually on top of each other. Can you select by proximity? Select. I can select similar or you can try to grow. It will grow both directions, right? But yeah, no, it grow only in the direction that's connected. So select similar, linked, loops. Similar normal, amount of adjacent faces. Okay, it selected the loop. Okay, let me go further to, yeah, it selected those two because they are similar for whatever reason, but we can deselect them. Wireframe, right? Like that. Bye bye. Okay, let's move to check only that's selected. Okay, great. So can we merge? No, we should probably not merge like this. I can. No, I know how we can do it. It's a little bit scuffed, but I can do. If I were to merge by distance, that could be the removed 8 birds. Only 8. 0. They should be selected. They shouldn't be unselected. 16. 16 sounds more like it, because I always do 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and the subdivisions probably, right? Well, this looks more like a clock, right? 16 seems fine. Okay, it was marked as a seam and it still is marked as a seam. And now if I were to move you, will you follow? If I have to enable the armature, pause mode. Okay, if I were to move you, do you get it? You are connected. That's great news. Okay, I would say you work. Let me pause you. Straight up. Oops. I think this works, but look, we have a little issue here. And what is it exactly? Let's try to figure it out. Is it from when we merge? Is it white paint issue? That would be great news. It's probably the case, right? It's possibly the case. Let's see, armature, pose. As long as it belongs to the canon and there is nothing like bird from the canon didn't merge with the next one here, right? That's what I was afraid could be the case. I don't want to key this anyway, but let's try it here and key it here so we can inspect it in edit. Edit always reverts. Oops. You can just select the affected birds in edit mode. Let's see. Edit. Sheesh. Who knows? Which one is it? No, it doesn't look. I was scared that, for example, this one was merged to this one, right? When we did the merge by distance, something like that. Modifier to show in edit mode. Let's see. Oh, like the armature. Body low poly, armature. Oh, my bad. And that way you can see the pose too. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's like I don't have that. I don't fully understand that sort of stuff yet. The triangle. Oh, really? Triangle? On cage. Adjust edit case to modify result. And this one is edit mode. Displaying modifier in edit mode. I thought it was this one, but okay. Cage. Oh, my eyes. Let's key both. Okay. Object, armature, pose, grab you, move you a lot, make you, well, I can kill you momentarily, hide you, edit, and what? Edit the body. Not the armature. Edit. Okay. You, mister. What the dog doing here? What the dog doing? Let me see your influences here. Item. You have influence from the arm, the forearm, and the arm loop. This arm loop is a vertex group I created to try to use a hook, I guess. What if I delete weights? Doesn't really matter, to be fair. It's a vertex group here. Arm loop, canon loop, delete, boop, delete. Okay, fair enough. Arm loop, delete. Okay. Arm and forearm. Yeah, it's probably, as you said, that one is pulling more, or that I try to, let's see, armature and body, weight paint. Okay. Yeah, I can probably smooth that a bit. I was trying to paint this whole... I paint here with a linear thingy, I think. I probably shouldn't, but I was trying my best to fix it. Shouldn't they just have one vertex group? I mean, there are one for each bone, basically, right? What I did here... Let me see. I created two for the loops to try to use a hook, but other than that, there is that bone and that other bone, and I have to clean this joint there. Let's see. I painted a little in there, eso, to try to make it follow, right? But let me rest the pose and clean that better. But it's at the fully red part. Let's see. What do you mean? It's at the fully red part. And the body, white paint. Yeah, that those birds from the arms should not be, like the arms should be almost blue, right? Should be like a little transition for this. But you could just remove the upper arm influence from that bird. Yeah, basically, clean that. Oh, for just for that specific bird, you mean? Okay, yeah, we can do that. I was gonna try to clean them. Let's see. Let me hide the armature. Forearm or arm? Yeah, let's lower that. But the issue is, right, I was gonna try to use a brush or something. This one was fully orange, right? So it should be fully cleared. And maybe this one was the other. Yeah, seems like that is the case. So like that. And other than that, well, these ones are going to the inside, so we cannot see really. But probably this whole loop needs to be clean from the right. Only should be forearm, not arm, right? Forearm, 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 like that basically. Can you rest the pose there because we cannot reach? Maybe. Oh, it has influence from the arm. Forearm. Only forearm. Okay. Okay. That one also has influence from the arm, and it shouldn't. Big W. Mission accomplished. Okay. Great. Now, let's fix the clamp. Shall we? So, we have these issues. We have to separate these cylinders, basically. Other than that, we should be okay. Well, not really. Here we also have issues in these phases. Why exactly? Probably a similar issue. They are too close together and maybe the cages are clipping there. Probably cage was too big. Yeah, possibly, right? And it's like, because I did it for the whole thing at the same time, I think. So it seems like you get issues when you do it like that. Let me check the phone just in case. Okay, no trace of clients here. Should have been contacted, but seems like there was no issue there. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Clamperino. Let's see. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me check how far should I go with the selection. More. The hole over there, maybe. Is the high poly clipping or something? No, it's not showing. So glitches in there. This is messed up too. Everything is a little bit messed up, I guess. But this is the most glaring issue. And this glitch, right? So let's go little by little, separating the thingies. They can all live together, probably. Clamp. So maybe I can do it selecting you and you and you and you. Okay, this will do it. P selection. Okay, these are the thingies, and the high poly do the same. Clamp high poly with ridges. Show it. There we go. Object high poly with ridges. Edit. This one really has more geometry than the others. Where should I stop? Is that enough? Let me see. Yeah, okay. P selection, okay. You're the ones I need to bake, and you. Check those modifiers. Bevel, armature. Armature should be rested. I think the guy is big chilling. Nope. The guy is not big chilling. There is only one armature, so object, rest. Okay. Bevel and subdivision. I don't know if we need to crank it further. Probably not. Has enough geometry, but you and you. Bevel checker. Okay. And let's bake with cycles. There is no trigger in there, so and the stream is not gonna explode. And let's see, for those circles, we have them there. Are they unwrapped on top of each other? Most likely, right? That would be a very cocky thing to do, because this cookie was very obsessed with keeping the UVs to a minimum, ultra tidy, and the modifiers too. So this could actually be the case, that they are stacked on top of each other. And maybe they are slightly misaligned here, and this is what's causing that issue. I check the UVs of... Well, the UVs are only from the low poly, right? So only from the low poly. Okay, edit all. Are they so No. The other. You. There we go. Okay, let me see. Are you perfectly aligned? Not really. There's slight misalignment here. Okay, I see. Shall I, if I do, well, I can do a marquee select like this. Can I do stack? Will you stack properly or will you grow into a mess? No, you stack properly. Good boys. What about you? Have I eyeballed you too? Well, you know what? I don't need to guess. I can restack. Okay. Nothing seems to have changed there. Okay. Let's go. Layout. Make the normals. Pay attention here. Low poly. You and you. Make the normals. Okay. The cage should be okay. Could be even smaller, but let's see what happens. Okay, fair enough. Different, but well, this is slightly scuffed there, and there. Slightly scuffed. And other than that, I think it also had little influence here. Okay. If I were to hide this collection, not the high poly one, still looks ultra scuffed because we need to fix the occlusion. Was one of the most glaring issues. Okay, bake occlusion. Okay, bake. It's still bad. It is still bad. And it changed a lot over here. Probably because there are less objects. Probably because there are less objects triggered for render. I don't know if that's better or not really. Should save more often before doing a bake to be able to revert easily. You can reload textures. You can reload only one texture. I think reloading one texture will help, right? Reload current image from disk. I guess this one, but we'll lose this now because I saved, right? I saved when you told me to do so. And we haven't baked more occlusion here, right? But it is still scuffed. Why would that be? They are stacking on top of each other, that's true, but I don't know, to be that bad. And let me hide the high poly here. Is it that noticeable? I don't know what's going on there. But well, it is better, let me tell you that. It is better. I would say it is much better than before. This one still has issues, noticeable issues. Not that bad, but it is better than before. I wish Blender would show the cages like this, Let me see. You can see like an extrusion or something. Ah, look, marmoset. I have heard things about marmoset. Some people say it's like you can do the same with Unreal, but Unreal has too many options, and if you don't know the engine, it's inconvenient, right? Like marmoset is like, how would you say? It's like Lightroom to Photoshop, for example. It's like a simpler, has less options, right? It's simpler to work with. It was expensive, right? I think I checked the licenses and I think it was kind of expensive. Do they offer a lifetime thing? I think they offer lifetime licenses, but they are locked to the version, right? You get the current version, but there is like $1,000. You just want the baking part. Yeah, it is what most people use, right? Let's see how the cages look. You can literally see it flying, extruded, and pseudo-transparent, right? Yeah, here you have to guess a bit, right? Well, you can duplicate the objects and extrude manually this amount in the side panel, and you would see the cage, but would be nice to see it. But Blender being Blender, it's probably not that hard to implement, right? Probably maybe someone has thought about it. I hope they implement it. It's pretty powerful. For being free, man, Blender is a blessing. It explodes, okay? It's a exploding blessing sometimes. it can crash quite hard, but for being free, I wouldn't complain. I don't. I'm very happy with it. But if you were to wish, right? If you could wish, there are quite a few things you could make. So we can try with bigger cage, perhaps. Or maybe a smaller cage. I don't know, let's try things. Let's see if that gets better or worse. Big. No valid objects, my bad. This one. This one. In ambient occlusion. Let me save all images, okay? Bake. Barely noticeable. Probably got worse. Let's try a smaller number. Let's do something like that. And we can do into the, well, yeah, there is circular dependencies there because it is connected. That possibly can, that can possibly actually affect. Yes. Let's see. Didn't change much. You kinda can see the glitch there. They are clipping a bit, right? So, well, let's try with one very small and then we can go very large. What was that? It changed the glitch. Now it's on the other side. Shall we go smaller? I don't think so. No. Okay, so we go ultra big. Difficult to tell. Shall I go higher even? Let me fix the Zelda music. How about that one? It definitely still keeps that glitch there. Shall I just go in with a blur tool and try to fix that manually? Shouldn't be the case, but... If you do something crazy like that, what happens? It gets worse. That one was not terrible, right? I don't know what to say. It's probably better to fix it manually or something. I'm not gonna do... You got my... Yeah, I can. I can try. The cage, you will make it with the low poly itself, right? You duplicate that. Shift D. Only low poly. Shift D. Okay. And you scale it. Well. Cage. Okay. You scale it and you select here what you want. Okay. Oof. This could be the issue. Have you seen that? Is that because of the origin or something? I'll test. But could this be the problem? That they are growing in a weird direction? Because the origin is there? I'll test. Inedit, sorry. Something like that. And that would be... No, we don't need the value because it's our custom cage. Is that good enough? What is going on here? Oh, it's not covering completely the high poly still. Okay, I'll test. Okay, now it's covering. Okay, that one should work. We select the cage. Well, a cage, low poly cage. It annulates the, well, disables, right? Annulates. The cage extrusion. Clamp low poly. These ones are the, okay. Got it. This one, object mode, okay. You and you. Shall this be enabled for render? Let's try it. See what happens. Yes, okay. I didn't see a change in there. Ambient occlusion, clamp low poly cage. The cage is there. Should be covering everything, but it's difficult to tell what's going on there. It's not plugged in anyway, but but the low poly has that glitch in there, but it does not have the occlusion map plugged in. Is the problem in the normals? Could that affect the other map? Let's see, low poly. So I'm looking at the cage, and the cage has the glitch in there, right? And the low poly, let me hide the high poly. The low poly has that issue, I guess. It's from the normals, right? Because the occlusion is not connected. We have this slight issue here and here. Maybe I can rebake the normals with the cage. Normal with the cage. And you and you with the cage. Normals. Bake. Let's see. I don't think that changed. Bake. Now there is no redundancy. It bakes like this anyway with the cage. A bit weird, but well. Oops. Occlusion. I mean, it's better than what it was, but it is not great. We move you to the Shadow Realm. Merge you to join you. Control join. You go to the Shadow Realm or get deleted. Well, get in there. Okay, and you get disabled. Okay. Let me try to fix it manually or something. I could use the pen, but am I gonna use it? Possibly not. Why? Straight up laziness, because I don't wanna get the tablet. Basically. Painting everything white wouldn't be that illegal, let me tell you. You lose the occlusion, but maybe it's on a smooth shading. Oh, is it on smooth shading? Well, that is indeed a question. That is indeed a question, Banana. Don't know if I can. Yeah. Let's see if I can go back enough. Clamp low poly cage. Okay, they are here again. Okay, I started merging there. Okay, so we are back. Let me see. Let me hide the high poly. Hide the high poly. Shade smooth. It got better. The clamp itself. The cage. Let me disconnect the occlusion and the normals maybe. They should be. Were they before? I don't know. Probably. It's like they don't have enough polys or something. Shade smooth, shade smooth. And this one with ridges, I will shade smooth too. Shade smooth. Let's start baking with this. Let's try it with low poly cage. the high poly version to the low poly version. Okay. With everything unplugged. Let's do the normals first. Bake normals. Okay. Let's give it a try. See what happens there. Was that before? Was that there before? Still a bit scuffed. Without using the cage, without point 2 here. See if I can get rid of that glitch. Yeah, that one was better without the cage. And for here, let's try with the cage and without. Make occlusion. It is the same. There the face is there still and without. Oh! Disappeared. Have I deselected the... What? I messed that one up. Maybe get rid of the M-guns. Are there any M-guns? What happened with this last bake? Ambient occlusion in this texture. Clamp with ridges one. And then this one. The low poly thingy. Ah, this happened. This one was in the way. Enable for render. Shouldn't that have messed up the normals? Seems like it didn't. But it probably should have. Let me see. The N-guns. Which N-guns? Don't you be scaring me. Oh, you mean... yeah, I know what you mean. This face, right? This. Do you think that could be affecting that much? Well, this is kind of messed up. Why is it this bad? Was that due to subdivisions or... okay, it should be like this. Okay. Well, these are quads. These are legal. These are very legal. These are quads. They are suffering, but they are quads. Aren't they your quads? Why does low poly have the bevel? I think I enabled that for the last export. I checked if it looked better or not, and it does look better. It has the weight, it has the modifier there. You can trigger it or not, right? Maybe it shouldn't have it for the bake there. I should have disabled it. To be fair. That was a mistake. But on the last export to Unity I checked. Does it look better or not? Shall I apply it or not? If it looks better, I straight up said, well, it is what it is. It has to be applied. You're exporting it, just apply it then. Yeah, I need to, well, you need to check if you want it there or not, right? If the final result with everything, with that texture, if it looks better with the bevel or not. I would say it does. Right? That looks so much better, I would say. Than that. That's what I thought. Keep it there. Probably should be subdivided even. Well, you get into the loop there then. Why do a high poly? Why do a low poly? What really looks best there it would be like another subdivision, right? But well, if you look from afar, well, it's not that illegal. Will it look better with a subdivision? Of course. Of course. Round, as it should be, like that. But you cannot have it all. You cannot have it all. I don't know what could be going on there. And I will try to smooth it, but to be fair, white does not look that bad. Maybe in white does not look half bad. You shouldn't have the need to come and do this. That's why you bake, to not have to paint textures. And I'm not sure if this is really... Well, here that you get these problematic shades, there is probably better to get rid of it, possibly. Could also be because of overlapping. Yeah, overlapping UVs. They are stacking on top of each other, and maybe you are getting info from one, maybe they were rotated or something, right? Or maybe because one is on top and one is on the bottom, they are getting different shadows there. And the one that wins the C-race there, right, is the one that gets printed here or something. Who knows? Yeah. Worst case scenario, we can paint it white and call it a day, yeah. Here, for this one, it's possibly not a bad idea. For this one. Probably would work if you bake just one part. Ah. Because they're gonna use, yes, big brain. So we should separate this further and only select one side. Okay. And from the Hipólito, big brain. Yeah. And they could use the same because they should share it. Okay. So you are number 2 and number 2. Yeah, let's not use a cage, and that's about it. Let me close the blind a little because the day is okay. I was gonna say beautiful, but not really. But I'm getting too much light into the room. I couldn't see the monitors. Okay. Cool. So. Big. No cage. It's a little bit of extrusion. Or maybe you can clean the cage. That could be the case too. Let's see. This one. And hide that. This one. Okay. With this unplugged, big ambient occlusion. Let's see. W banana! Banana gigachad! Yeah. Well done, man. Well thought. Yes, big brain. Big normals there. Look at that. Beautiful. We could use that for quite a bit of parts that are problematic. For quite a few parts. But those were the most glaring issues, I think. The tips there. Let me start merging again. So, solid. You and you. Let me make sure everything is deselected. Low poly, and the clamp itself, perhaps. Low poly, okay. And merge you, control join. Let's check that the UVs make sense. Okay, the cage can go live in the shadow realm. Well, it is not really needed, so we can even delete it. And I can separate these tips here. Let me see what's actually an overlapping glitch, right? Let's see. Yeah, pretty clean. There are a few issues here still. But everything that we separated is clean. Or cleaner. But I would say that is kinda legal. This one maybe not. This one could be an issue with... Could be occlusion. Oh, this one is scuffed too. This could be cleaned further. But it's not that bad. This one was pretty apparent. And this one, it got fixed. No, it is not fixed. It is unplugged. That's what happened. So let me. Maybe they are still scuffed. What happened here? Okay. Okay, this is kind of legal. This is weird. What could be that? What could that be? Is it an issue with the diffusion here? Is it maybe a part that's painted another color? That could be easy to fix if that were to be the case. And other than that, then this one gets kind of better. No, this one is part of the body. It should be the same. Oof. A bit rough. There is an issue there. You can clean that manually. Not the end of the world. And with those tips, there is quite a few issues. Or there are quite a few issues, right? Yeah, I don't know how much this whole setup really helped. If you do it properly, yeah, it does. Well, it gets all this info. This one is really a W. Gets all that info there in the low poly. That one is really good, but the rest, it has issues all over the place because I was not very careful baking. So well. Scuffed. Where is that? This edge. Where is it here? Can you show me? Here and here. It's a bit. Sorry. I misclicked. You and you. Okay, you are there. Okay, you have an issue because there was a glitch here while baking. Understandable. It is not an issue with the color, right? Wouldn't say it's an issue with the color. Maybe it's an issue with the normals. Let me save all the images. Clamp, face clamp canon. This is the issue. Can I do that straight up? Pressing Alt does not let you. use the typical, right, clone stamp. I have the commands there, options, maybe control or shift or to switch to the usually alt and click and you can, but not here. We can smear. But well, a Pro 3D modeler probably wouldn't be doing this. It is what it is. Did it get fixed? Not really. Not really. Let's see that occlusion then. Clamp, occlusion, there. Is that it? I don't see any changes there. It's like a mesh is going through that or something. Some people do actually paint the normal maps. Oh really? Okay. Oh. I always knew what I was doing over here. No. I have seen videos in YouTube of people in, was it in Marmoset? Or in Substance Painter? Yeah, in Substance Painter I think. That they directly paint with normal maps. Or they have the 3D object there and they paint the normal maps on top of the 3D object. And I thought that was some wild sorcery there. But seems legal. Seems like some people do it like that, as you say. So this should be reflected there, right? If I were to fix it. Should not be the case. Let me check where those lines fall. Should be these ones. Maybe this is not clean enough, but no, this end here, but they should connect. Maybe. This is the issue. They loop. Texture paint. Clamp. Is it being fixed? Yes. It's being fixed. Go away. But the normals. Go away. Go away. Go away. Well, it is not a miracle, let me tell you, but let me do it a little bit. Well, let me fix the occlusion too. Whoa. No, clamp. There. is legal or more legal. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, we fix it. And there is a glitch over there too. Oh no. Oh no, it never ends. Let me save. Let me see. Hand painting a normal map. Oh my god. Oh no. Well, I guess if you have that sphere there to kind of understand, right? Wow, but whoa. Yeah, that's the ultimate proof of understanding of volume, I would say. It's like the ultimate proof for a sculptor. Like, do you know where all those planes go? Where are they facing? Wow. Holy flame. Let's see this lower part. Where are you located? Good sir. Okay, I get it. And the issue's here and on top, right? Let me fix it. Let's go back to Unity. When I do this, I'm gonna try to find for bone restrictions over there. I got into this and forgot. I forgot. I was trying to I was thinking of the most glaring issues we were finding here in this project, right? One was the lack of constraints for the movement. That was rough too. Big rough. Clamp occlusion. I guess that's it. This one was not that bad. So this is why I should try to not micromanage everything, because focus on the biggest, most glaring issues, or try to, because I'm not that good at it. What is going on here? Haven't I baked this separately? Maybe I only rebaked until here. That could have been the case. That could be very in brand for a cookie. This one is fine, but this one is not. Let me try to look for it. Here. Where do you live? This section. And the next, to kinda pinpoint the issue. Okay, you live here. Sorry. Kirby gets a bit excited there. Okay, so they live here. And what's the issue? Are you not perfectly stacked? Let me see. If I were to tell you what happens here. So that's that whole strip there. Okay, and the other is okay. So this strip is separate from this one. Where is this one? Is it that? No, it's not that big, right? Let's see with that loop and that loop and that loop. Not that one. That one. Where do you live? You could be stuck together. Be careful. Or I can come here and fix you. Let's fix this issue. Half is fine. Look at that. Understandably so. Understandably so. Such a huge glitch here. Maybe not. What are all these things here? Should I just paint you plain like this? Perhaps. This is the UV stretch. UV editing for face clamp and Canon. And you're the lower, not the higher one, right? Okay, yeah. Okay. Understandable. Oh. Why are you so white? If I did the eyedropper looks fine, right? Eyedropper, select that. Paint hard, mix, maybe not mix. You only need the normalest normal blend, the plainest brush you've got for me. Don't need anything crazy in there. Can do it like this too, but okay, is it getting better? Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is. Give me my normals back. Give me my normals. The decent ones. Okay. I can probably fix a lot of things doing that. Weird glitches, I mean. Okay, got better, luckily. Let me check the occlusion. Clamp occlusion. Classic. Gonna be hard to match. I don't know. Well, let's check. Let's do other thing because we can be here forever. Let's check what's going on in Unity. Let's see. We were there. And here I was thinking maybe, or in the hierarchy here, for the hand, for example, try to, let's say the properties. Hander, can you see that? Oh, you cannot. It's a hovering window. Tag and tag, layer default and transform. Add component. Oh, you can add a component to the bone. Physics, rendering scripts. Maybe there is constraints here. Constraint, constant phase, constant force, aim constraint, look at constraint, parent position, rotation constraint. Okay. Rotation constraint. Handler. I went here into the site, right? Into the hierarchy. I selected with the bone I'm interested in. Right click, properties. And you can add a component there. And you can add constraints. And one is rotation constraint. Activate is active. Wait one, sources. Constraint settings. List is empty. Transform. What is this mess? Nope. Nope. But rotation constraint, can I configure it? There is not a preset. I would like they give you like a list of axes or something, or it was like non-transform asset scene. You can select bones, I guess. Rotation constraint. Hand again. Does that even make sense? Hand transform. Maybe this is to follow another. Maybe it rotates the same as another bone or something. That could be the case. But I only want you to rotate along an X, a predetermined axis. Sorry. Constraint settings, lock. When set, evaluate with the current offset. When not set, update the offset based on the current transform. Rotation at rest. Let me do 0, 0, 0 or something. Let's see if that affects. Well, first of all, let's see, is active? Yeah, activate. Is active. Lock. No lock. Frozen. Freeze rotation axis. Ooh. So freeze. XYZ. It has XYZ. Rotation at rest. Can I check how it rotates here? Oh, yes. We're correcting the hand there. If you can see there, right? So I can do 0 for X. Right. And Y. 0 for C, right? There we go. Perfect. And we can lock rotation axis X and C. Okay. Cool. I have a constraint there. Now what? You just leave it there. Close the window. Okay. So now here for the clamp, forearm L, can I come here, the properties again? I got the forearm here. I will add a rotation constraint. Okay, it's active. Constraint settings by default that will do. Okay. Can I freeze the what? Can I do Control C here if I mess up? I will try to rotate using the X-axis maybe. Let me see. May copy the value just in case I mess up. Okay, yeah, I will wanna rotate like that. So you are the standard value. I agree. I will freeze the rotation on the other axis. Okay. Cool. Can I do this? Okay. And what? Shall I apply you? Shall I? Okay, we'll just close this window or something and pray for you to be applied. This one, I close the window and the hand remain in position, so I guess you should be fine. And for what is the rest here? Oh, I don't get the hand bone. Is this little ball the hand bone? Yeah, hand. Okay. Good enough. I can make you check your properties there. Properties for the hand, and another rotation constraint. Active. Rotation at rest. That one is legal. It is fine for me, and you will be rotating against the, well, using the Z-axis, right? I will take this value, copy just in case, check, yeah, that's it, check. I would like to maybe disallow rotation, like freeze rotation on the X and the Y, not the Z, but would be cool to add a limit to your rotation. If you can give it to me, that would be nice. Can I do a rotation limit? Can I add another component, rotation constraint? Maybe not. I have an option for rotation offset, but I don't think that is what I need. Okay, Good enough, I guess. Well, better than what we had before. So we had two constraints there, legal enough. And what other constraints do we need? We had one for the hand and we need for the fingers. The fingers are independent. Why is the bones got red? Because now they're saying the character is not in T-pose. Well, fair enough. And for the fingers, we need to add constraints too. For every finger. Properties, rotation, constraint. Rotation. Oh, rotation limit spline. Rotation limit hinge. Rotation limit angle. I think this is what I am looking for. Limit angle. Huh, you have to add quite a few constraints. Okay, fair enough. I will, let me check. Move what? Is there a way to have a look there at the finger? Well, first of all, the fingers are scuffed because look at how they are pointed, right? Rotation at rest. Let me try to move you around the x-axis. Let me do a 0. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, now you're in position, I guess. The others could be ignored and you will rotate around the z-axis. So freeze all the rest and you should have limiters to be fair. And let's try a rotation limit. Rotation limit spline, polygonal, hinge or angle? Angle, I would say. Rotation limit angle. Axis on the Z. Okay, limit 45 to its limit. How can I check what happens, right? How can I check it? Yeah, if I slide this, it does not do anything. I don't know. I will remove it. It's good enough for now, I guess. Remove component. Let's fix the rest of the fingers. The thing is, they turn red once you modify them a little. And properties. Middle finger. Rotation constraint. The rotation status should be zeroed for which one? Should be a 0 for the x-axis. 0. There we go. And the constraint should be, of course, active. I don't know if I activated the other. And I should lock everything but the x-axis. And that's fine. What about you then? The index, the one that I had corrected before, should active. Yeah, I forgot about activating it. Okay, the ring finger, do the same properties. Add component, rotation constraint is active. I'm gonna reset your rotation around the what? You're rotating around the z-axis there. And rotation on the z. There we go. And I'm gonna freeze rotation around. Can I see your axis? good sir. Around C and around Y. C and Y are frozen. You can rotate around the x-axis. Okay. Cool. And you're active. Yeah. Okay. And you, Pinky, good sir. Properties, add component, rotation constraint. Your rotation around the which axis? Where are you rotated? I can barely see you. I guess you have rotated that much around the z-axis that I cannot even see you. It's difficult for me to know what's going on there. Let me get your parameter there and reset the z rotation, and that was indeed the case. Rotation constraint is active. Constraints. Okay, your rotation is fine. Oh, rotation at rest. Should I have been correcting you too? Oh no. 0. Rotation, phrase rotation as you should be rotating around the Z axis. Okay. All right. So you're fine now, but the rest I need to check that parameter too, right? Indexer properties, rotation at rest should be on the x-axis 0. Okay, this one got recorded, I guess. You rotation at rest should be, you should be 0. Okay. Okay. You and you are fine. What about you? Your C should be 0 at rest. 0. Okay. And what about you? Properties, rotation at rest, 0. I hope that was enough. I think they are all fixed. And I need to fix the other side too. So I don't think I have fixed that parameter here. For the hand, rotation at rest. Properties, rotation constraint at rest. No, it didn't need modification, but for you, I think I modified you possibly. Properties. No, I didn't. Okay, fine. So, and now I can apply your armature. Apply. Okay. Can I move to muscle and settings? We have a few spiky birds here, sadly. Sadly, that's an issue with the weight paint, of course. But let's see the rotations, because now they seem to be more legal than before. Open and close. No, you should not be doing that. How is that hand? How are those, both those hands moving that much? That should not be the case. That is illegal. That is illegal. You should not be able to do that. You had a constraint. Well, you have a constraint. Or you should have it. Properties. It has the constraint. It is active. But for whatever reason, I'm just ignoring it completely. Completely being ignored. Unbelievable. How can I reset, remove copy component? Why are you not showing here if you exist? Maybe but this, if it's messed up here, it is messed up everywhere, right? Most likely. And this is pretty messed up. Muscles and settings, translation. I thought I possibly could get. Do those scripts get applied? Maybe when you export to VRM, you get a few scripts in there, right? But let's go back. In the hierarchy, they work. Well, they are here, and here you can see them, right? Can you try to rotate things here? Can you try a free rotation with this ball, for example, this gray one? Yeah, that should be illegal, first of all. That should be illegal. That should not happen. This should be legal. And this should be illegal completely. So how can that be possible? Shall I apply again this thing? If I apply, does it have constraints now? This one is legal. This one should be locked, but it's not. This one is still red, so it's in position as it should. But. Toggle handle position, toggle tool handle rotation. Avatar configuration. Layers. No. Particle systems. Skybox floor. No. Do. Shall you apply them here, maybe? This configuration setting. Select preset. No. Can you add components here? Properties. Oh. Configuration. No. You cannot apply them here. Properties again? Nope. No, you cannot add components here. You can add them here. But this thing is the same hierarchy you have on the other side, right? This should be our final model. Maybe this is the animator, right? Maybe these constraints take effect after the fact. Let's say done. Well, apply everything. Apply the import settings. Apply everything. And the materials, we haven't worked with them yet. But if I were to open here, Gaburoon, the hierarchy, and if I were to select your hand. That, by the way, is in decent shape over there. Let me see your hand. Where is it hiding? Armature. It's inside the armature. Root, hips, spine, chest. Okay, and now we go to shoulder, right arm R, forearm R, hand R. Here we are. Can you move in this illegal direction? You should not be able to do this, good sir. This is illegal. This is big illegal. You should not be able to do that. Okay, so you can add properties here and add components here. Anyway, I get the same thing as inside the animator window. Add components. I can add rotation constraints here. I can make it active. Here you can see the menu, for example. That way you know what I'm doing. You cannot see the flying window, right? But you can see the rotation constraint here. It is the same, but this one is little and is flying. So I will do a rotation. It is kind of in place, but at least here, because it is not T-posing, right? So I will do this here so you can see what I'm doing. Constraint settings is active and the rest positions should be fine, and we can lock the rotation. We need only the y-axis to work, so freeze X and C, and that should be it. But do you work? You're active, right? Do you work? Not really. It's completely been ignored. And it's triggered here. This one is the same. Can I rotate using this axis? Yeah, so it's not a matter that it's not that I'm confused with the ticks there. Is that it's not really working. White 0. So this constraint then does not really work. If you can do that. That's the issue, right? At least there are constraints. I don't really know how to apply them or something. Reset, add a component, remove component, copy, find reference in scene, or more properties. Maybe if I were to select it again. Are you different now? That one is legal. That should be illegal. Rotation constraint. Do they only get applied once you export or something? That should not make sense, right? Shouldn't make sense. Layer default. Tag and tagged. Editor only? No. Why is this like that? Let me Google that. Unity apply rotation constraints. Let's see. Click activate to save this information. Activate saves the current offset from the source of game objects in rotation at rest. Okay. And rotation offset then enables is active and lock. Okay. Whether or not to evaluate the constraint. This also applies the constraint to make sure lock is enabled. Okay. So you should really do this, activate, right? And yeah, that gets grayed out, it's active, and it gets locked. Now it should be working, but I don't think so, right? Is that this tool, does this tool overpower everything? Or, yeah, this one is this model too. Huh. I don't know, calling mode. This is the animator, I guess. Add component other than the animator. Rotation constraints to the model per se. You can do that, I guess. I don't know, let's try and export with this thing and see if it has any rotations on it or something. Without materials or anything. So it has an animator, it does not have the special bones. We can export to VRM. I have to make the typos. Let's do it with that. Oh, look at that. We made the typos, but it did not destroy the hand. That could be a good sign. I was gonna say, look at that. This is still, well, because I didn't export the new model, right? So this is not stitched in there. But we might be up to something here because now the hand is what it should. So maybe, yeah. Okay, let's do Gaburoon test. Okay. Okay, export this to the desktop. Okay. Need to change the name. Okay. All right. And now I need to clean everything here. Delete and drop the VRM, the new one. Delete all these things. Okay. So let me drop it from the desktop. Gaburoon, this one. Okay, should unpack everything in there and see what happens. Okay, this should be okay. The arm looks cool. Can I start opening here, go and find the hand again and try to move it. Spine, chest, shoulder right, arm right, forearm, hand. There it is. Can I try to move you? This seems to overpower every constraint. Perhaps that's what it does. Hand R. It is there. It does not have a component there added. It respected the resting position though, so that's a W. But how does this work? We don't really know. But now the character has an animator, right? Has normalized weights, and you can try to export it to a Word file. Let me check here the scripts. Humanoid description, animator, per person, look at bone. Okay, it's probably inside of the animator, those constraints. Let's try creating a character. Set up character, true and true. Create the character, okay, and we can export the mod. Okay, I'm gonna try this new Gaburoon test file. Okay, I'm gonna cut it. Let's open the Word folder here. Menu, data folder, characters, and paste here Gaburoon test. Okay, and trigger it, changing Gaburoon for Gaburoon test. Let's see if that works. Enable. No, that constraint is messed up. The hand still moves, and it should not be moving. My question is, how are those fingers? Do they rotate on the proper axis? There is one that's going wild over there. Let me see. Let me see that. Yeah, no, the constraints are not there. Can do whatever I want, and that should not be the case. That is illegal. That is not legal. No good. Okay. So it does not work if you do it like that. At least we know they exist, the constraints there. I need to investigate it further. I'm gonna do a quick toilet break, and we're gonna finish this animation in Blender, right? Finish this one for like a quick portfolio or Instagram post or something like that. Yeah. Be right back. Give me 1 minute. I'm back. I'm gonna hydrate a bit. Oh. Well. I need to add banana to the song at this point. Well, when at work computer was right, things were dire. The problems there were, well, I didn't know how to solve them. First of all, were usually related to symmetry issues. And well, it got rough. We had to redo half a model basically. Oh no. Well, I will check the Unity thing on my own, or I will ask in Asogout's Discord, Asogout, Raso. They are very good 3D modelers. Even though they lean heavy on the furry side, they are good. They are pretty good 3D modelers, and yeah, they have my respect. I will probably go there and ask them for advice or something, because probably some of them really have faced this issue before and they know how to apply those constraints. They shouldn't be that hard, probably. We at least found the constraints, right? So, okay. Well, let me get into the camera. I'm an Eevee, right? No cycles. Ooh, danger. Eevee, go here. Okay, let's see if from the camera view we possibly need to shift the world upwards a little bit, right? We can do that with the sort of easily with the sorry, what is going on here? The armature is rested, right? Armature. Don't show, but be posed. That's it, right? Okay. Yeah, that's it. So I need to possibly move the world a little bit up, and that would be easy with our wonderful node from the world here with these texture coordinates, generated a vector, and we can not scale it, move it on the z-axis, right? A little. I was gonna say that curvature is not ideal. It's not half bad either. I guess it's not gonna be in frame either, so it's probably not that much. Maybe for the vertical one it can be more apparent what's going on there. So oh no, I keyed that the wrong. Let me okay, armature. Let me see this IK. Impose this ring, and I need to delete which one. You're fine. You are gone. It's not a very natural position. That one, when you move to that. It was basically to wasn't considering this arm probably. Let's see. The fingers should all of them open at the same time. Oh, we have no more issues here. Well, not that bad. Not that glaring of an issue there. So, can I see the keyframes for the fingies? Good sir. So, you, and you. Where are you? Why can I not? Yeah, all of you. Flip-flops. No, flip-flops don't need to be here. But the fingers do. I don't know why they don't open at the same time. Let me see those rotations. They should be identical, but they clearly are not. It's like this take longer. You and you take longer to deploy than the others. Than you and you. That could be because of the value, that could be because of a lot of things. There is a moment there where it locks, and it should never lock. Well, maybe if you start the animation from here, right? From there, you don't have that many frames. There is probably not locked there, and that is hard to say because you're moving the AK, right? So maybe there you can soften that a bit. Don't know if that will work, but tries to lock again, right? Possibly because I don't know, maybe you can hold this for a bit till there. Usually you move it a bit, right, when it locks. But now it does not lock that much, I guess. It's a bit weird. It was basically just to put it in position. That movement does not make much sense, to be fair. I never painted this texture either, sadly. I guess you can print it in there, in the, how do you say it, in the diffusion texture. You can just do the little squares in there, right? Maybe the cannon does not make sense that is pointing here. All the time, so we can make it move. Well, you can say maybe he's looking over there or something. So maybe you can have the cannon. Careful with the clip in there. It's hard for it to lower the... I have an arrow for that. Yeah, I have an arrow. Let me see, where are you hiding? There you are. Why is the pole not polling? Have I... Oof. Maybe the pole is not working for that side. That could be the case. This one is. This one, maybe not. Maybe I forgot. Let me see. Okay, the knees work. Yeah, I could have forgotten, That would be a classic. No. It has a pole. The pole of the upper leg. That's a good one to have. Okay. Pole. Pole upper leg. You are the one. Pole arm. Let me go to a normal pose. And let me rest. Cause I need... Okay, this is the armature resting. Looks fine. Armature posing. Is everything zeroed? Is that it? Everything's zeroed. This does not look very zero to me. Let's see these angles or something. Pole angle. That's a bit more natural. Maybe for this model they are just not exact angles. They were a bit scuffed. So maybe... Yeah, the problem now is that the pole, right? Let's see. I can move it. First of all, well, this one at least is fine. Does it bend properly? Yeah, kinda. So I can put it like over there, more or less. And the pole, I can move it a bit to push the elbow out. It's clipping. Careful with the clipping. Has a bone here but it's a wiggle bone, right? I guess. If it kind of bends in the middle there. That's an issue, okay, with the final position of the ball, basically. Let me hide this. That should not go there that fast. Should probably linger over there for a bit. And the opening should happen once it's pointing at the camera. For the fingers, does it rotate? Would be cool that it rotates. Should spin, and once it spins, should try to point you. Should probably locate you. Maybe not that fast. Okay, this final position should be what about the pole there? And the fingers. The hand, even the hand can rotate a bit. Okay, you can there, stop there, move a little here, so you there rotate in the Y or global. You're locked. Thank you, Blender. So I can do, maybe I can do it from the beginning, we're gonna be in another position. So Shift D, you to the future, and this one, instead of being this, you're gonna be rotated like in that. That kid. Maybe the other way around. I don't know why it flips. Open the side panel. Oh no, can you please do a normal rotation there? A human rotation, please. Let me see. So you don't rotate at all. In there, can I try? Oh, great. Okay, that here. Okay, and the fingers should open. So maybe this should be shifted until there, and you should move. Not Shift D, but G. Maybe let's do 60 so that we know. Okay. Should probably be faster. Let's see. Little bit. After that, maybe. Okay. Let's select the rest of them too. And I think this one moved up a little, right? Compare with the origin. I don't see a change in location, but I think one is slightly, right? One is flying quite a bit. So maybe I can push it closer. Difficult to appreciate there, but there you can really tell maybe what is the That could fix it. Maybe. No, that one. That's not. So, yeah. Okay, I guess. Okay. And the rest of the fingers should do something similar. So, you, and you. Show there your transforms. Move most of them to the end, I would say, right? And hold this one over there. Okay. Cool. I don't even mind the delay there. Probably open all at the same time, but it's not that bad. Okay. Things should probably happen faster. Classic cookies, low animations. The legs. Those legs. Can I see those IKs for the legs? You, yes, you. Could you hold your position for longer? Good, sir. Shift D. Okay, that's a little bit more legal. And with the lens here, where the lens be at? What's the key? Object, lens. Okay. So let's see. You move into position. You start loading that. It should happen much faster. Okay. Oops. What? Probably the hand movement too should be faster. But well, he has to locate you first, right? There's not even a moment of hesitation or something. Maybe the pupil could be scaled or something. But well, you start animating details, well. We can get a little bit. should not start here. This position. Yeah. Maybe you could be low over here or something, right? Or stay there for a bit. I mean, like that. Let's see. How about that? Whoa. Can you hold that? Okay, that should probably unfold faster. And the pupil, can we not only like move the pupil, can we scale the pupil per se? Probably, yes, right. Pupil low poly, where he be at? Pupil low poly, and we can key when he watches you, locates you. Okay, now scale. Well, first of all, key that. Nothing selected to key. Scale. Can I open the, yeah, and I can key the scale. For the because it needs to be in object mode, right? Object for the pupil, and then you can key. Okay, you will key the 0 2 just in case, and when it locates you, you can scale it down a little. I will move the origin here, set origin to center of mass. Can I do, yeah, shift it is. Whoa, it's because it got what happened there? Probably because, okay, that's everything over there is legal. Can shift that here too, and there we got the change. If I change the origin, Do I mess up everything? Can I change the dimensions here? No. And you can, but align tools. If I were to set the origin there, this location seems fine to me, but maybe you mess it up for the rest. Let's key that. Yeah, this one seems to be affected, the others. For the change in the origin. So I don't know if I can scale it any other way. Well, I can scale it like here, but this is because it is related to that other origin. You know, that's what happens. You scale it related to that origin. Is it only because I have keyed them? Like if it from the beginning I rest the position, right? And I set the origin there. And I rekey everything here. Will that work? Or will it be scuffed? Armature. Rest. Pupil. Select that. Set the origin to the volume. Okay. Now maybe delete the keyframes. We can delete them because we're moving it with the controller, right? So everything else should be, let's see, yeah, let's pause. Should be moving fine because I'm moving the controller. Okay, great. And now I can get here and rekey everything and it should be fine. So in one we do a keyframe, okay. When the pupil picks over there, locates you, we do a 1 and next frame is locking in. Do another one and let's make the pupil smaller because you're about to find out. And move this one again, shift D immediately after. It's barely noticeable then, right? The transform is only for a frame. That might be too low. Maybe you can shift this something like that. Or maybe no, maybe it should stay tiny. Maybe you can keep it tiny. And maybe you can transition a little bit slowly. Okay. Can you tell? Barely, right? So maybe we can, let's see without all that things in there. It's subtle and it's not. Probably you should probably only scale the center, you know, not everything. Like, let me delete this can you get in there and only scale this and only key that scaling? Can you do that? This is an edit. I'm not that sure. One thing is you can separate this and key it that way. I think so. You can do that if you only want to make that tiny. You can do that. So that could be EP selection, and yeah, it follows, right? Okay, and then okay, this is what you're gonna be moving, be scaling. So there, scale, show, something like that, and you keep that. Boop. Sluggy, how you doing? My mod wanted us to share chat. What? What happened here? Are you doing a collab there? In Minecraft or something? Like squad stream with shared chat collab feature. Yeah. Like, so we could have a shared chat. But I don't know. Like, what do you mean? You and me? You mean? Nothing much is happening over here, to be fair. But big chilling. I'm 3D modeling. Like, I will knock on your door. Yeah, there is like a knock feature there, like in Twitch, right? I have never used it. I've never collabed. Well, I have never collabed that way. I did a collab long time ago with a viewer, with my first viewer, and that's about it. So we can have a shared chat. So you will get something in the inbox. Yeah. No problem, man. No problem. Let me save the file here. And what can we do with the cloak there? Probably extrude one face, right? And that's about it. So that we cannot see the other side. You have knock on your door. Yeah, I see it there. But I mean, I'm not I'm not playing Minecraft. I don't know. Stream together, share chat. Like a collab. I don't know. I don't know. It's like I'm working in a 3D model here. I'm big chilling. I don't know, you're playing Minecraft, right? What I saw over there, but I don't know, I think if we were playing the same game, maybe it will make sense, or if we like if we have organized a collab or something. Literally on the Twitch thing. Okay, no problem, man. See you around. Okay, so yeah, for the interior here, I think that's about it. Extruding another face, and it's not gonna be UV unwrapped. I guess you can sorta kinda make it little and put it into a corner, maybe. If you keep it without unwrapping. Well, like, if it's only for Blender, you can assign a random material to it, right? And that would be fine. That would be fair enough. Yeah. Okay. So L, and how can I extrude? Can I do... if I were to E, but can you do resize it a bit, or do an alt S? Alt S. See, maybe something like that, and move it up a little bit. Think that might be legal. Okay, and with this new face, having it selected, because if you lose the selection, it's gonna be hard to recover it. I guess that is it, right? What is it in place? Maybe, let me check. I guess. So with that selected, you should assign this other material. Cloak. Assign. That way it should... exactly. That's it. Okay. Now from that side, you can see... let's see. Hide the... they look inverted. Why are they inverted? Are the normals flipped? That could be the case. And I need to grow one more. Nope. Maybe not. Faces. Those are all the new faces. I need to... I want to select the loop that connects both. I think I got it there. Assign the cloak material, just in case. And the other, I need to check those normals. Face orientation. Okay, so select everything. Sorry, object mode, edit, all, alt, and flip. Okay, now it should be okay. It works, but right, the transition there is a little bit rough. Transition is a little bit rough. How could I fix that? Making that smaller than the original, right? So that it gets hidden. Can I select? It's probably a good idea to, when you have them selected, assign a new vertex group to it. Otherwise, I don't know how can you okay, that would be the new cape. Let's assign a new vertex group for this cloak. I don't know about the weight paint of this. Maybe an extrusion is weighted like the other, or not at all. Who knows? I hope they share weights with the one on top. If not, you can transfer weights, I guess. I haven't assigned anything yet, right? Assign, deselect, select. Okay, there you got the interior face. You can group it once more. Assign the new material. Assign. You can deselect that and make this tinier, I guess. Can I? Yeah, like that. Okay, that's cool, I guess. It still has issues here. Can I do what? GY. Straight up. Kinda works. It kind of works. Okay, and what about the weights? Do you kind of understand an object? Oh yeah, it does. That is great. Great that Blender understands what I mean when I'm extruding that face, right? Okay, this is scuffed though. I haven't flipped I haven't flipped the normals because I went back, right? So many times that I forgot. Edit. Okay. You can select all the cape and deselect the vertex group of the interior face. and that should have, yeah, you have selected the outside. No, you need to flip everything, right? Select all, Alt and flip. Okay, now it should be fine, I guess. Okay, maybe you can take a little more to move the arm there. Okay. Let's see. There. No. I look at no. Pose. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just hold the first one for a bit. Maybe a bit more. Probably makes more sense. This one is relaxed here. And it kinda it is kind of looking to that side, maybe. I don't know, is it protecting itself from the sun there? There's not that much sun, but kind of checking over there. Whoa! Whoa! You got caught. Maybe it should take more, right? But everything, once it locks into you. Yeah, that movement should be faster probably. Sure. Okay, so we can scale it, right? using this in the middle so that wait here. The thing is we should move all the rest, right? Probably the rest of movements there too faster. Otherwise the anchor too and the rotation and everything, right? Everything has to be scaled over there. So it should be probably all of this. I don't know if all, because probably the eye is over there too, and a few there. Well, this is only armature. Can I scale divide by 2? And what about that? Is that legal or what? Yeah, I would say so. The eye is independent because it is on the object thingy, right? It is not in the armature, so it will never show up here. Okay. Well, good enough, I would say. Good enough. Okay, so the next day I will prepare all the reference and we will start with Pruska there, modeling Pruska. Could be fun, could be fun. I don't know, shall I stream tomorrow or wait for Monday? I have not had any notice from clients, so I don't know if I'm gonna be working on Wednesday or later. That's the problem. So maybe I should do tomorrow too. Okay, I will do tomorrow too. That way we know for sure. Tomorrow I have it free for sure. So I should try to keep pushing a bit. I don't know. Today I finished kind of early. I could. No, I think I'm gonna call it, and I'm gonna do something on the side here. Maybe I will record something only for the for YouTube. The thing is, I was considering there. Shall I do? I have to finish Celeste, but it was pretty painful, to be fair. It was painful to watch even for Twitch. I die a lot, and it's not the best experience for a viewer. So I will probably do it offline maybe, and just upload it to YouTube on 8180, and that way people that watch that can watch the whole series, I guess. But it's been a while, to be fair, so I don't know. I think I'm gonna call it for today. So let me read. Let me see who's streaming. Okay, we're gonna rate Slinky. Okay, Slinky went here. Sadly, I didn't know how to react when he asked me that. I don't like improvisation with that kind of stuff. Really, it got me. I didn't know what to answer there. I was a little bit, I don't know. So we're gonna go and say hi as an apology. It is fair. It is only fair. Slinky has been pretty good to us, and maybe that was not the way to go about that. So we're gonna do a little raid to Slinky there. Thank you so much for watching, as usual. Yeah, today was a shorter stream. I'm a little bit tired, so maybe I should rest or do the Celeste thingy. Okay, see you around, guys. Thank you so much, Banana.